know what? Let's start off quick today. Here I am. I'm here. Yeah. Did a bunch of editing today, and that's about really all I did today. Should probably go for a walk instead of just staying inside all day, but I think I'll be fine. Almost done with all the editing. So let's get to it. There we go. Here's my code if you want it, by the way. You can put it in chat too. Ooh, hold on. There we go. Okay, there's my code in chat if you want to add me. Now first, of course, Enkephalin and a delicious regular maintenance compensation. Let's see. Wait, first, I don't do dailies. I might be a heretic for that, but I just do not like doing dailies. Anyways, here's the numbers. 65k Lunacy. All of these tickets. I've been hoarding for this day. So, let us begin. Oh, the menu fucked up here. Anyways, let's begin. Time to Gamba. Let's see. Oh, I've definitely got her already. I've cleared it out in terms of IDs. Alright, now we start. First 10. Scam? Oh, not scam, not scam. Okay, it was a scam. Why are you still here? Garbage ID by this point. Yeah, it's a 50-50. It's either you get it or you don't. Scam? That's 20. 20 scammed. 30? Scam or no? Ooh, it's blue. Blue. Faust. It's not even it. Okay, now it's not a scam. Faust. Command meltdown. That was 30. Okay. 40. Scammed again. Scammed on 50. 60. Scammed, that's not what I want. 70. This the one. Do I get all three? No, it's a scam. Once more. Okay. 80. Scam or no scam? Let's go. Come on. Scammed 80. Okay, wait. I got some of these too. 50 of these. Okay. Okay. 90. 90. No scam? I don't want you. That's new, but I don't want you right now. 100. 100 rolls. Scammed. I do have that, yes. The last one, in fact. Do I get lucky? More scams. 110 or so. Scammed again. 120. Scammed, oh my god. 130. No. Scammed. I don't want to get Faust, please. Okay. 140 that I've been scammed out of. What about these single rolls? Scammed as always. $143 scammed. Can I even exchange? Okay, I can. Good. Okay. Now it's time to dig into the lunacy. Actually, hold on. Not other extractions. So I can't use these tickets right here, unfortunately. Lunacy, 4 paid and 65,000 free. Oh. Scammed. I don't want you, Sinclair. $160 I've been scammed out of. Why are you scamming me? Oh my god. I actually need to play. Okay, I need to pay the ideality. This is ridiculous. Hold on. 174 I've been scammed out of. Stop. I don't want these, please. I'd prefer the collab IDs. Egos. Please. Oh my god. I actually need to use ideality. Bro, the double 3-star? Oh my god. Of course I get that luck, but not the ego luck. Bro, stop giving me 3 stars. Of course it's you, this broken ID. Oh my god, Isang. You gotta save me. I'm getting Gregor. Yup. Wait, does it still say unchaseable? Okay, it says unclashable. They fixed the typo. Come on now. $214. 224. Scammed. $234. Come on, please. Please. No. Really? Okay, bro. New ID. Not an ego. 254. Right? Scammed. Yep, 254. See, the hoarding was worth it. This is what I expected. Come on. 274. $284. Please, bro. I need this. No, I don't need that ego. No. Oh my god. Two egos, bro. I don't need you. Nor you. I'm getting all the egos, but it's not collab egos. Finally. Please don't be a dupe. Please don't be a dupe. Thank God. Oh my God. There's Honglu. To remain oneself. Here's the damage. 314 rolls. Down from 65k to 41k. Honestly, I still probably have enough for Walpurgis Nox, so it's not that bad, but... Wow. Damn. Okay, I have 5 of these. They don't get used. Okay, now. Now, let's go to the story. I've heard some things. I've heard it's pretty damn bad. So. Alright, how about I uptie them? Might as well. Give them a try. First, let's go with a safe option. A burn team. Well, in my opinion. Rupture, I've heard the enemies don't like the... They don't like unopposed attacks, and Rupture has tons of those. New ones are really good, huh? Well... Maybe I do go Rupture for a bit. Okay, what rank is it? Okay. Let's see, actually. I haven't read these. Thunder, this is for Poise? Fire Thunderer. Basically, I'm gonna assume it basically says win more with Poise. I've heard the Honglu one is good. Right, now for Faust. Alright, see ya, Data Redact. Have a good one. And don't give up the moment Mr. Ice is Me shows up. Oh boy. Can't wait for whatever you're talking about. This? I'm not sure if it compares to Fluid Sac. So I'm gonna just leave Fluid Sac. Let's uptie this though. This looks like a win more ego with Poise. There we go. Uptie 3. 4 might not be worth it, even then it's probably... no? Okay. For half of ego resources. Oh, okay, so it's just a refund. I'll take that. There's maxed out. Now what else? The Garger one. It looks cool. It's better than Garden of Thorns. I don't need any other reason. I'm gonna need to borrow Gregor. I don't have the Show Gregor. That's uptie 4 as well. Horribly expensive. My shards and thread are basically gone. But hopefully it's all worth it in the end. Hopefully, yeah. Now, Ishmael. Oh, I don't have Ishmael, right? It's an event thing. So I'm gonna move on to Rupture. Right, make the Rupture team here. So don't mess with my real one. Now, these shows are here. Need to borrow Gregor. And these other ones or whatever. They're just filler, I guess. So in that case, I'll use Ringy Sang. should be good to go. I like Deviat more than the Heisho one, but it's probably better. The Heisho one, that is. Better for... since Honglu exists, and very balanced ID. Anyways, time for the story start. Wait, let me make sure. That's there. Not there, good. Wait, no. That's there, and... yeah, we're good. Time to begin. Very cool looking. This is on the loading screen too. Looked awesome. I'm not familiar with Arknights. I see. There's event currency too. And it's the usual. I'll grind this out over time. Now for the story. Unknown Sea, it's already battle. Okay. Gotta use my boxes. 2 should be enough for this. I heard it's short, with chapters, like 14 chapters. Oh. Doing this, huh? In that case, can I borrow someone with, how do I borrow again? Can I not? Well, I'll just roll with what I have then. Yeah, this should be fine. $53, nah, that's fine. I was exploring Lobotomy Corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. Sense of cognition itself, a concept without form, floats in the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality. But Sod told us that Hongwan's Lobotomy Corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than we'd ever encountered in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue. Fathomlessly blue. Seemed of a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost in a drift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. How long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in a strange state for a while. Hey? Unfamiliar voice seized my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? I cannot do voices. I'll just do it normally. The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves. A concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. I said that's so weird. Whatever. Ah, what a relief. Gregor? I think Dante has come too. So who are... I was about to ask further questions to the stranger with a particularly long animal-like ears, but... Ah. I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was a stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights, a young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize finding out just where in the world I ended up. So where? Standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to U-Corp's Great Lake? Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. We'll be here any minute. I see. Wait, my colleagues? You must run to the sinners then. The fog on my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It's a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clockhead does come in handy. Yeah, he does stick out like a sore thumb everywhere he goes, no matter what. So yeah, it's pretty handy. Of course, with the obvious downsides of not being able to eat and talk normally. Gasp, manager bud. Dante. Woke up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, fitting bars. And in the midst of all this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor, Hong Lu. Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean. And, phew, I came as fast as I could, and oh boy. I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine, though. Guess not having any way to drink water is finally coming in handy. See, it has its upsides. Of course, all that. You should go get that checked out just in case. But your head's waterproof, right? Well, it is on fire. Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, it didn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? You remember entering that lobotomy court branch Zishun told us about? Yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had a chance to do anything. Puff. Man, I really thought that was it for us. Especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we're all fine, without a scratch. So they were quite the mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake? Some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility. But it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts. But that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said. The outskirts region of the Great Lake. Met all kinds of people from all over Terra. But I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? As if I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Huh? Really? Fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? Just that. Oh, a lot to take in. It's understandable. You just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She's actually, you'd like to do the honors yourself. I'm Amia. Amia. Leader of Rhodes Island. Please just call me Amia. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. Seems that this Rodeo Island's a pretty big corporation, but Ricker trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with her rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least not with a name like the Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. Yeah, okay, Mr. Bug Guy. So, what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore. Be weird for any higher up of these huge corporations to know less about the head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we tumbled to a previously undiscovered zone in the outskirts of the ruins, probably. Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world. If the conjecture is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Mia stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently, anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. It's been said this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before, so it seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where all the other sinners go anyways. Bit late on the update to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They're at the settlement near here, where they're all helping out at various odds and ends of the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water. Too. Man, barely even got a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's gotta be really tired then. So it's just you two out here for now? No, Ishmael and Isang are the other half of the search party. We just happen to be the last group in the rotation. You must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. Phew. You got news early thanks to Mia's comm gear. The other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done. Oh, you're talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Uh-huh, right. You've not been there yet? Huh. This is a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're gonna have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amia's interest, as she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. Help us find Manager Bud, and, more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. Haha, I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but should be able to be of some help. They closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them. But I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? How'd you get in, Miss Amia? Followed Dr. Kelsey directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amia? You had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Huh. Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhodes Island is in its essence a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with neuropathy. Assuming that's how you say it. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own. That's, you're forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop! Mia's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then... there! As we stood about confused, Mia, noticing something, pointed towards the seashore hidden behind large and cragged rock formations. What are we supposed to, huh? There, we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword, bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move, you're in the way. We needn't worry as you do. You have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried, come on, better have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so got a lot of questions to ask. Isang, Ishmael, Dante, you are unharmed. Here I was, getting ready for a 3 days long search for relief. We are all really worried that we might never be able to find you. We managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Mia here. Mia? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait till after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty? Scotty. Those organisms, the Seaborns, Dr. whatever mentioned. They're sea terrors to be specific. The less sophisticated ones among them. They're probably here for me. Sea terrors. I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. At the end of my gaze awaits. Hey, your sprite is cutting off here, buddy. To fix that, I expect at least 300 lunacy. Anyways, at the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions. Unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. This is the sea. The sea itself is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. They don't look very pallid or look like mermaids that much. Our experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think these creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Dante, what do your senses say? Unclear. The closest comparison I can make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them though. Let's take them out. This dude is such a goober. Oh my god. Actual negative aura for Dante. This I'm already taking unopposed attacks, really? First I'll just start off with that. I could press B. P plus enter. I do have a P plus enter macro key for intense Limbus gaming moments. I don't think it's needed here. Turn this down a bit. Nervous impairment. At 30 stack becomes staggered, then take fixed damage equal to 25% max HP. What the hell, man? They already got crack status effects. Anyways, this music is banging. As usual for Project Moon. Oh, that was a wasted skill 3. I shouldn't have used this so early. That's fine. I should be fine for this short battle. Well, assuming it's one wave. Oh, I've never seen him use the solo follow-up attack. Anyways, Ishmael and Honglu should sweep all of these pretty well. Yeah, that effect is pretty scary. I'm expecting it to actually proc the 30 stack effect eventually. Maybe I should put Ishmael in second actually. Either way. P plus enter will probably work pretty well. For the most part. Oh, they're weak to gluttony, aren't they? That's what I'm seeing. Okay, weak to gluttony and sloth. Okay, that's a lot of weaknesses. Pride, gloom, gluttony, and sloth. Yeah, I can just P plus enter now. Baby mode fight. for now. I've heard it gets hard, so I'm not gonna underestimate these. Oh? Special victory message. I'm assuming it's mostly an Arknights reference. All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Phew, didn't think I had to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. And say that again, it would have taken us the whole day if that Scotty character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. We were catching our breath after the battle. I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. The head of clock. Guess they're both technically true. Well, it's nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess? Only hear a ticking clock. Well, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? What's up? I know, I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya can seemingly understand Dante. Yeah, what's going on here? Well, yeah, it completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. She gets the protagonist buff or something like that. Her voice sounds like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know, it's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say and what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. So she can read me kind of like how Virgilius can, I guess. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true, it's been a hassle to always need Faust or Honglu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. Not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. Glad to be working with you too. Also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu, took the words right out of my mouth, or helped us plenty. You clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it here, sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know that's not very far though. Just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh, Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. Why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which are quite solidly fixed on my head. Coast of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. How did people manage to build a village at a place like this? Monsters are called seaborns, or sea terrors, yes? Well, it is true that they pose certain difficulties. They were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. Telling us to be on our guard, right? God, it can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Guys can certainly serve to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. Ooh. Yeah, I'm interested in this, actually. I don't think enough to play Arknights, but pretty damn good. So far. Oh, special music. You replaced the victory music too. This is hard mode, right? Okay, good. Story. That was only the first node. Very promising. This hardly looks like a village, it's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? Doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to this place, not in a while at least. They're really here, living together? Strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of a long, silent abandonment. You don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. Oh, accidentally skipped? Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on the free real estate. Be it on a syndicate or corporation, it fix it up. Better than this, at least. Where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where we were entrapped betwixt the twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our sail. Ooh. That is when young Ishmael boomed, her command the most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them, that unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice, echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice, when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. What's a thespian? Using big words, Dante. Unlike you. Answer, ye dogs, oarsmen! It is the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of vessel Mephistopheles, shall never— Ah! Stop. Hold on. Just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures at the Great Manager Esquire! Verily, thou hast returned with Manager Esquire safely in tow. What? They found Clockhead? A burning clock for a head? When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary Sarkaz with a flaming head. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there's no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might just look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are— Well, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? Two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. This is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. With us? We believe that the dimensional door, which we at Rhodes Islands are investigating, has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Amia was bringing the sinners up to speed. Ah, the villagers, who were staring at us curiously, approached us. After conversation, managed to convince them that we're not a threat. I sure hope so. Ah, you are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title. That is indeed the word by which we address. To be more precise, by saviors, they are referring only to Faust and Otis. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing in a very subtle, smiling arc. You smug bastard. So I guess something did happen. You were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do? After all we went through to get here? Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. First try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all old curmudgeons. Let's STNC, then PTSD. Can't do that, Ryoshu. Can't pillage their storage depots. It looks like they already have it hard enough as it is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out here. Perhaps we can inquire as to our whereabouts. Here we are to decide our lodging. While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corp's. I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, but I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. A long silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. You can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're Fixers of justice. Yeah, that fixers of. Oh, hey, wait, don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers. That over there. It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel? By any chance, all these construction materials seem to suggest so. Oh, Odyssey moment. The hit story, The Odyssey, featuring Otis from Limbus Company. Chief, this does not concern you. Not something a mere outsider can't understand. Curious, I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the test to rule out any stability issues? Seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? General design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to the design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. Huh? You identify all that merely by glancing at this blueprint? You must be the village chief then. So I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a return to whence we came. Find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we could find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Something implicit omen in her choice of words. I slowly turned around and looked at Faust, too. Nodded solemnly in response. In other words, you're cooked, bro. If we're really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft has to be. No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around. As she pulls me in by my hem, she whispers in a low voice. My connection to Gesellschaft is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante. So it's still connected, at least. Indeed it is, however, even exchanges of simple information are taking up dozens of hours by current calculation. Is this a warp train situation because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, like the situation back aboard the warp train. So, to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. From that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to sea? Yes, well, I am also a genius after all. Yeah, we get it, we know you're smart. Me a conjecture that we probably came across a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. High likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get core parts ship shape again, Executive Manager. We'll be staying here for a few more days then. How'd you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. Took turns helping with repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us at night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Looks like a sack to collect water. I know how to get that installed. Must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otis's efforts in repairing their ship. Yet, the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia to keep us in our pockets. Didn't want to eat into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know. She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people. You fat fuck. Don't munch so much. Goddamn. They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. Turn around and look at the source of that low, rumbling voice. An old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There's an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Ooh, are you sure? I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with the roof over my head since like yesterday. We'll catch cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you. We cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? Heh, I heard what happened. Well, the heh. Perfect. I heard what happened when the four left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you were a leader at the pharmaceutical company. His acquaintance shall certainly come in handy, in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. Haha. I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. Welcome to stay for as long as you want. Please, do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we do have enough to share with those who helped repair the vessel. Ooh, you better not go back on your word later. Wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? It's how are you surviving out here by the sea? Perhaps the question of how you're surviving may be somewhat misdirected. We're only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. Chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much more from here. Huh? You going somewhere this hour? Scotty, does that have something to do with the coast? Remember what you said before we got to the village, something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast. Do you understand the Ager, whatever that is, language? Ager? No. Dante, Scotty just spoke in Agerian. I couldn't understand a word of Scotty in the chief's conversation because I don't speak Agerian. May only be that there were enough lexical similarity between one of the city's languages and the language Scotty spoke in them for them to comprehend the meaning. Weird coincidence. Anyways, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. You'll have to tell us about it later. Please remember, you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Will do. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off to the night out of her sights. I'm kind of worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh yeah, we can probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward. We made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. Long story notes. Released. I haven't read them out loud before, so new to me. I'll have the warning symbol on it too. That's probably because it's hard mode, right? Next story. Actually, I did read the node name, whatever. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us. Okay, now we're ready. The curtains on the window removed, the smoke has an exit. Whoa, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that worked. Had to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. Downside being all this smoke. Sure that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rhodian, or I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup. I would not eat that soup with my life on the line. Probably the most disgusting thing ever. You're making soup with cookies and jelly? That's exactly why. No, 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 you're not getting anywhere near the kitchen again. Not after what you cooked up last time. Well, I must admit to a certain level, dude, you eat raw, you eat poisoned potatoes. I don't trust your taste in food. As many of our fellows, Sarah, are oft racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making. Perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right. Don't you remember? You agreed to leave cooking to Mur or Odie if we're ever in a situation like this, right? Remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember? Back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp, they were the only two people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied. You still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jelly here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. Glad to see that everyone's still energetic. Given the circumstances, it can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleague, Zamiya? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms devices, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor called Seat? They're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long have this curiosity lingered within me, thus allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of a corporation resemble those of charity organizations, as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. They're odd that might explicate this blurred distinction. I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Islands isn't Rhodes Islands helping people? Something about what Hong Lu said brings back unpleasant memories. And the horrible experiments seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering. The embodiment of greed, a terrible wound in Hong Lu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you, it spreads deeper and deeper into the infected internal organs, eventually culminating in their death, called erypathy. Mia showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appeared to be obsidian crystallizations. The appearance reminded me of the bio-treatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. The terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable, deadly disease? Well, it varies region by region. Discrimination against the affected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Each song began with a dark expression. Some were quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions. There have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this erypathy highly contagious? No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal growths on their body decay and turn to dust, scattering which is what spreads the plague. In barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? We're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. And Rhodes Island's goal has to be... Yes, it's important to develop a cure for erypathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better, for the infected. It's not going to be an easy endeavor though. That's what gives your effort more meaning. Hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. Sob a sob for truth. The city, this world, we both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city? What kind of place is the city anyway? Kind of place with too many pointless rules. Kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much? See something even worse. Try as I might, and think of a single positive thing about the city. Sinners seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. Kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished. Where sympathy is a good attitude to have, you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. The shite. You said it, Heathcliff. That's all you need to say. Straight and to the point. An irrational place full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. He at least growls about them, though. I mean, only thing we can do. Be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shadowed through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their deeds, their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil rideth, so doth fixers of justice too. Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Whoa, whoa. Who are you? From behind the wall she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How fair is thou? Fair is thy foot. You gotta apologize first. Sigh. Last lad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Or that one hurt? Any injuries? Pray tell, to what? Forget the apology, I just want to know what happens next. The fixers of justice rule to do what? Oh! Ooh, ha! Hast! Hast thou come... on. Hast thou come to me to hear the tale of fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Oh, is it too late? An hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early an hour for tales, in fact. Prithee, seat thyself here. Ungovernable fool. Calm down. We don't even know who she is. Don't forget to share those fixer tales over there in the corner, not... Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Okay. Continuing. Thou makest the request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto, from the center. That's the best way to hear those kinds of stories. We should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayors. How do I put this? Ah, did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my gramps. Oh, that nice guy? So he had a granddaughter. Yet I have not seen you once, Miss Mayors, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Rogia said, well, we didn't see any... we didn't see Mayors out there. There wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. Telling me, Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside. Going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose in everything. And that they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life. But I'd like to know why. My, so there's a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I understand why I'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are... Oh, I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Oh, pray, how dost thou hear us? Via a listening device most secret upon our chamber? Mayors tapped the side of the wall, part of it that was still standing anyways. Smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything, Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sung during the day. Haha, verily, I see. I think it could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. I'm sure she has some, after becoming Sancho. Well, after being conscious, she's Sancho. More like it, yeah. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introduction, so... Can you regale me with a tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Haha, indubitably. Then, aha, this shall do. Shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixer, the arch-magnificence herself, the Red Mist, hath... I suppose that kill any hope for a good night's kip. But, don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how noisy things are? What? You take for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. I guess that's why he's Bear Heathcliff in Canto 7. Exactly why he's Bear Heathcliff, yup. I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed out before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched ground. Some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Result has entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of this wise association's first section. Though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Ooh. I guess it's okay since Mare seems to be having fun. I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern. Mia, not yet asleep, approached me. This city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. You actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays you were made to watch back in La Mancha land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. Aha, that's true. I hope there will come a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Mares and I made a contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mares excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Whoa, what happened then? Thus spake Lady Otis, boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy. I, Otis, shall educate you, ye on how manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hong Yuan. And Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alteration of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Verily, certain aspects of the retelling may have been exaggerated. Haha, that's Tales of Adventures for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when a story is told too realistically and as is, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or a book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories, but Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from immigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. I don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Oh, he's having the trauma creep up on him now. Just hearing the word Inquisition. Sinclair asked, face turning cold up upon hearing the word Inquisition, and that people fled from it. Yeah, the Nagelnhammer saw back at Cowl, were the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Kelsey, Inquisition, what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into chaos. And its Inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from lawlessness. That alone makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns. Fie, an organization that worships those monsters? Seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. You're seeing that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier? I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, just what I heard from Gramps, but Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who were claimed to be on the side of justice, they seemed quite fond of committing such villainy. Seems like a reasonable policy decision to me. Damn. Saying that so casually. But it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, she had to back down from that. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. I also had to endure such a long period of pain. Be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who would bring the land back to its glory days. But to Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yeah, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that's so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know, it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, I managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we get another chance to do this tomorrow too. After seeing Maris to her own room, the other sinners, those were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. Mysterious world that's neither the city or the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Oh, in time, no! What an unfortunate loading screen. Next one. Okay, we're on a fight now. Vessel Massas. Oh, they built the ship, I'm assuming, in this one. And I get my full team, okay. Time to build the squad. The Rupture Squad. Hold on, I need to switch this to... Yeah. The Ego Dawn. And... Can I get support? How do you get support? I swear. Isn't there supposed to be a button? Hold on. Where is it? Where's the support button? Not here? I swear I'm not losing it. Whatever, I'll just go with what I have. They don't need to be in battle. Actually, I need to make it Command Meltdown for the event currency. That kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Okay. Got 3 of them. Should be good to start the fight now. Alright. Let's go. Is this where it gets harder? No. It's so big. Something that's what she said and such. Amazing. I didn't know the remaining vessels of the class in Iberia. Aha, I aspire a name here. It is called by the name Rebellion de las Masas. Rebellion de las Masas. Revolt of the Masses. Is it? A name very much admired in peculiarity, indeed. Hong Lu chimed in. They was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home. Well, Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special to the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. It was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size at most, but are you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine. Remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience of the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering wheel, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case of Mephistopheles. Seem confident enough. We should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. Should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let's board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? Oh, it's afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? You horribly jinxed it. Thanks a lot. Are you two gonna faff about down there? We're heading up now. Yeah, no, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure is shiny as heck in here. Got butterflies in my stomach. A S. Got another S there, Ryoshu. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. But too ostentatious, not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel yet. Imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel most lavishly decorated. Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels. Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts. It does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates updating in real time, it seems. Coordinates seem to have been set somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet? Nope, no islet there. What? But blimey, lass. Why did I say it like that? I know how to sneak up on people. Mayors? Haha, what? Did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come and fix the boat today. So I didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Ager. Gramps' home. I see, understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust in the title of saviors. What's she on about? Someone get translated. Consolidating cross-referencing in the observed particular circumstances of the village and statements from the village chief, alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance this ship's repairs has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend. But you just call him dumb. Just call him dumb. Be straightforward and he get it. To employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in a more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Lower baton, I implore you, I shall explain it in full. I was wondering if Miss Smart Arse would start gabbing like that again, so what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. Brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dry food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Faro Muerto. Some villagers are armed, yeah. Those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. The last are granted about to visit their hometown. They're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers, and to convince them they're planning to use the fact they're from the same neck of the woods, or sea, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing their ship, we're repairing their food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? Well, their expressions were rather crude. Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, easily understood. Cinder stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too. With some annoying looks. Wait, oh you sods. You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition. Just that, been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition's always been excellent. He'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kinda your fault for I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Well, you get back here. Now, those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mares. Honestly, I'm surprised. He's on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. The Azure still will. I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Like Mares or Chief, they're not Ager. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Ager for no other reason than that we're from sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Prithee, may thou explain to us who the Ager are? Ager? You know what? Ayerd. Okay, the YouTube video saying how to say it says Ayerd. Well, I guess I'll say Ayr. Whatever. I'd initially thought it to be a reference to a region, yet also seems to refer to affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers, though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreets people with open arms. Maybe they used to be some rich folk. Call the nest toffs Ayr here, and does that make the rabbit ears laugh Ayr too? Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does not exist. That does exist. Though I only saw them in the Fathoms, there are those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. People of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my cautis ears. I've got pointed ears because I'm an Ager, so it's not a characteristic every Ager shares. And closest to what they are discussing appears to be, Don Quixote seems to be struggling to finish her sentence. Mersault stepped in to continue. By context clues and the matters of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to human, different natures, comparable sapiens. It is my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. Maybe as the Ayer also. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's... well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to city folks like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in its essence we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the way of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans. It felt oddly discomforting. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of this ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Well, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead. There'll soon be a sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it, are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Mia, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight, young mares? I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Guys, find a place to keep mares as far as possible from the battle. And let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. Alright, battle time. Maybe it's something different or more of the same. Probably more of the same, really. Oh, no. Shell Sea Runner. What are these called? Deep Sea Slider. When on top of Nether Sea Brand. Oh. And they get unbreakable nervous impairment infliction. Anyways, P. Enter. Big damage. Usual for the Heisho. Roja should start sacking her damage with the trunks. Yeah, tons of staggered already. Yeah, this is a P plus enter moment. And the combo attack is gonna wipe a few as well. Bro, overkill. Okay, the fights aren't so hard yet. That's probably gonna change soon enough. I don't know what that brand thing is. I don't see it on anybody. Oh, I see. Nether Sea brand influence expands towards Cinder territory with each passing turn. 2 frontmost, 5 frontmost, all Cinders. I'm assuming if you take long enough, that's what happens. Okay. Oh, is it the waves? The waves back here? Or is it some other visual indicator? Oh, another skill 3. There's Ryoshu, and dead. The hay should do fine for now. Still don't see the effect going on. Maybe next turn? Honestly, this is perfect. I have tons of gluttony, which was what they're weak to, and some gloom and lust. But it's mostly what they're weak to, which is gluttony. Yeah, that was easy. Mission accomplished. Gonna be a repeat fight or a story? Yeah, another fight. Okay. Just one level down, it's not that big a deal. Don't warn me about this. I don't think there's a way to turn it off. This standby state. When standby state, this unit does not use attack skills until it takes damage. Basin Sea Reaper, and it has a hint thing. Okay. Combat ready state. Turn start. Inflict 3 nervous impairment. Oh, okay. Turn end. Okay, they get buffs for the longer you take or something like that. Please don't look clashes. 500 HP, I didn't notice that. Okay. Oh, that was a counter. Now it's in attack state. Oh, he's already at 11? What the hell? Bro, don't use it on the little guys. No, please don't lose, bro. Oh my god. 11. It might start getting bad. They don't take SP damage, but they do deal sinking. And they have unbreakable coins too, because that's awesome. Should be shrimpable enough to just keep pressing P plus enter. So the nervous impairment is getting high. None of them are at 20 yet, but next turn they will be. And there's more enemies, okay. Okay, that should kill little one. I prefer they attack the big one like that, yeah. I can easily one-shot the small ones just fine. It's just the big ones that are really an issue here. With their nervous impairment inflicting passives. Okay, almost done. Basically this turn. I know people are dreading dealing with Seaborns, which I'm assuming... Well, yeah, these are Seaborns. People are dreading it, I've heard. But it's not so bad so far, but I will regret saying this later, I'm sure. Anyways, mission accomplished. Next one. Probably a third battle. No? Remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay? Just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And the retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. Yeah, damn cowards. Fight me. Fight me like a man. Doing peachy butt. What about the ship? Val, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Phew. So I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed now, around the end of the battle, those Okay, wait, let me restart. I think I noticed now how around the end of the battle those monsters are starting to go after the manager. Probably right, actually. I noticed too. At some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Our movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? There ain't much of a question in it. Must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential. So much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves into other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher yet. Transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then can they adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mira's eyes went round at Hong Lu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. There was a Seaborn who could talk. Non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence. I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans. The other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. About distortions, some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms. First observed after the White Nights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is relevant to Otis's supposition. White Nights and Dark Days? He whispered quietly. As we were standing rather closer, we all caught on to the hint of joy in their voice. Pillar of light in the city? Did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mares? Well, ain't it obvious? We got a culprit right here. Storyteller lass has been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's talking on non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Oh? Yeah, I have not gotten that far. You again? I didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blabbed all about our company's secrets, have you? Nay. Why, I would simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Mia stared out towards the seas, worried that sea terrors might start crawling up to the surface once again, or turning towards us. Wonder which the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learn human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. You by chance worship the Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? I didn't get to read that. Maybe so. That's so. Repairs are complete. We were conversing. Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done here? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. You have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us, haha. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? You need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I can see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It feels faint. Given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, you should be able to determine the location somewhere around the coastal waters. So, we can go back tonight? First order of business is to relay the news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now. Game froze for a bit, okay. Yosh was first place. By a little bit, that's surprising. The Inquisitor. And my Lunacy. They become unavailable after the event is over. Damn, even that? I'll be right back for a second. No? I gotta do something. Alright, I'm back. Now, let's continue. Wait, switch. Here we go. There I am, again. The Inquisitor. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we return to the village, the ship repairs completed. We are welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. Quick count told me there are approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Ooh, who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword in the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with a more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think they could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius appeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you've been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. It ends here now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They've never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found this sodden coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. You only wish to live a quiet life, man. If that's so, you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Just not an option for you, Fabius. Mayor's chief really pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share and beast jerky to villages. Carry Aerian, whatever, Urians, between them. If you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. But what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Alsteed told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayor's earshot. Sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let him arrest the villagers? Did you hear what the Inquisitor said? Very quite cut and dry to me. This is just standard procedure with no local laws broken. We're in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can't do that, even if it is standard procedure, even if they're working within the law, it's not. You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? No, N-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law too. They came for the village, that was standard procedure too. Anyone had stepped in then. I know what you went through. But I'd still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I'll try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal seas somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. I think with a ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, it gets kinda awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to an Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first, them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agree with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. R. Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Rioche would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiot. It's because the other options are pointless. Because they're seeing us, we're already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. Talk first, lower guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. Clock-shaped head? Are you from the Columbian Union? Wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Columbian Union. What's the Columbian Union? TikTok, what? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone its village. Not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The tent appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I'm Amiya, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I'm aware of Iberia's closed border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence. Unlike Sinclair, alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Also, not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have a legal entry as well. Yes, we had to because the issue demands urgency and... I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. They put in away the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. You know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him. He is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation. Has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Well. Inhumane? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Aegir. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against their laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition. That simply cannot make sense. Boy, I think I've heard enough from you. Oh, he's getting ready for violence. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what's essentially a failure of your responsibilities? Now you roll up in here only to go, they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all. What are you saying? These people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. Ah, that's it. Last, if you ever so much as touched the tip of a seagull villager's hair. Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. Honglu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me, I've had enough of her. Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest then? Clearly you're not making any progress with trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they do actually survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. Heck, then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around costing and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. Just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. Promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that may be, after a proper investigation. So stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaky with frustration. Dante? Without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mares told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of Endcorp we saw back in Calv. They were right. You didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor, who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area, most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me, then standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mares? I can answer your questions. For now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mares have been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yeah, what of thy grandfather and the villagers? Alright, I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mares' response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. We get a lore drop? I'm sure this is already explained in Arknights, but as I said before, I haven't played it. Nice little peek into that world, I guess. What I can say. Spinning Clock. Oh, what an ominous title. And it's a combat stage. Wait. Clear stage. Oh no. That's the EX condition. The boss fight. Alright, let's see what this is. This is where the difficulty ramps up. I've been hearing about. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence, they must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called profound silence? Doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. Because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. Silence then claimed ships out at sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in face of the ineffable calamity. What are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. The Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in their lands. That's why they're arresting the Aegir left and right. I can see the thought process, but so it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante? Isn't good. Sharing that seems kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mares. Her eyes are filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. It was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of a terrified, no. It's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there's a sliver of chance that may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease! Thou art threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm. But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus there, with little doubt, are foes. Got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run! Click on the uptake as always. Rodia slung Mares over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm. In the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed towards the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote? Thou shalt go no further. A fixer of justice shan't abide by as thou persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. That moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Monitor. Large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Yeah, who is it this time? Enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Calcite. You know her? Yes, Dr. Calcite. Rhodes Island Medical Department. Ah, Dr. Calcite behind you. Grr. Shoot first, talk later, is it? She looks weird. A different art style for some reason. I don't know. Negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhodes Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory, under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcite managed to deflect it. A cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated the building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building exterior wall. So many is. What a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around impressed. Violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. Not in the city, don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo, jurisdiction of which does not reach us far. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? She's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Question mark. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally may not be entirely correct. However, I must define my allegiance, and let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally, Dr. Calcite. Mia, outsiders. Much would like to deny it. Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct. They're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep, they are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is the dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village? Church? Look at our buildings, where would he even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Mia's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. I can hardly believe that young Mayers is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with an Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see you really are all entirely in the dark. An expected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, no need for you to know it anyways. Truth is truth unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon? Sorry, it seems that we mire you in this trouble. Say no such thing. You shall not abide by as one such injustice perpetrated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition. The Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. It benefited far too much from your worth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth. I immediately knew what Calcite was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that far. Yeah. Blimey. We are now departing for the sea. Yes, we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here. I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! Unanticipated, perhaps. I was simply in denial of this rising dread. Ambush not in there. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right? The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they have concealed in their clothes. It seemed they were coming for me as well. Ah! Mia, on your left. Mia materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, carrying away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. Charging villagers back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Like Amia and I, who had managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we have a silver lining that the Inquisitor calls Steed. Quick understanding of the situation. The subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. Now, I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We're not trying to hurt you. We're simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. Truly unforgivable is that these heretics try to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders and any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility, it's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. She doesn't know. Oh, she doesn't know. Those who know. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We can shake off stab wound like most unfortunate outsider. Oh, what? Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborns. You get daggers that stab them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and survivors become overridden by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. But what? That's not a very big deal? Everyone's acting like it was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into seaborns. The Golden Bow helped deal with the whale's palification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with the seaborn transformations. We should just kill them before they turn. I know it's supposed to be very hard for you, but first, what? Sorry to bother you with this. Can you kill my friends? Preferably in the least painful way, you know? What a thing to say, Dante. Holy shit. Oh, sorry, was the last part kinda too much to ask? Wait, don't give up already. If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this, guys? Can you? Dante, I know what you mean, but I just can't right now. My strength is rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. Kinda tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail? Just trust me on this one time. I can assure you I'm not just giving up on them. But Mia, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all their friends before they transform into seaborns. Okay. Before you even knew it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Mia seems to have been taken aback by just how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty, don't let this spook you, this is just how we roll. Clock turns. The decapitated heads creep towards the headless torsos, connecting with threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal, though it feels as though the sinner's eye and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defining the concept itself? This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of straightforward decapitation. Pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense deep, crushing isolation. Their wounds are disappearing? Resurrection, metamorphosis, or time reversal? Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. Cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such great power. So the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored earlier. Be explored later. And stopped shaking. All my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. I don't know what they're thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. This is cool. How do I... There we go. Sick cutscene. Art. Got that aura. Yeah, Rogion art aura farming right here. Dare deceive the executive manager? Try to take their life? Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price of making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know? How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you become fine bloodkins. We gotta fight him instead, not the Inquisitor or something. What a twist. Honestly, I sorta saw it coming. Okay. Ether assimilation. An allied sinner has 5 stacks of this effect escapes battlefield. Allied sinner has a defense skill equipped while it has this effect. They escape battlefield to combat start. Oh, he forces retreats? On hit. On hit with an unopposed okay, not towards him. They inflict nervous impairment. Should be fine, I think. Hey, these two aren't. Paralyzed, I don't want that. Okay, I can tank that, that's fine. I don't want the paralyzed from the blue ones. So just harass this guy. No more P plus enter, I guess. Time to think. You have tentacles under there? Yeah, he does. I still have shield left. Okay. Get paralyzed anyways. Awesome. Bro. Don't lose, thank you. Oh, come on. She got nervous impairment. Oh. Okay, well. 2 attack power up. Priority very high. On hit without cracking, on hit without cracking. Okay, yeah, I can see why. Clearing the path. I'll let him hit that. What about Blink Step? That'll work. That's favored. Come on, bruh. Bro. Please, oh my god. Okay, they're rolling kinda high. And they just attack anyways, that's great. Good. This should stagger, yep. Oh, oh my god. Yeah, I love the 50-50. Okay, Otis is the most reliable here, I guess. I can tank all of these, but I'd rather not. I'll use the combo attack. Cell injection. One-sided. Nothing I can do about that, really. Who's tanking? Ryoshu? No. Long Lu, you can take that, I guess. Okay, good. High enough SP to not worry about it. Oh my god. Okay, you might not be able to tank this time, actually. Deals some nice damage. Actually, maybe I should have used assist defense. Okay, nice, you cracked it. Okay, he tanked it, it's fine. Now he's lower sanity. These guys are all 45, that's the fucking problem. Neutral, I'll take it. Three, 4, 7, 8. Well, there's 8. I just had to tank damage. It's awesome. Not now after this guy, this dies, right? Yeah, there's no more enemies. Okay, it should be fine then. Okay, that one's down, and some of the others should die just fine. Yeah, 215 damage and stagger. Average Faust, skill 3. Oh, and Ryoshu. Yeah, he's dead. Gonna kill him before the minions. Oh, and assist defense. That one's down. Come on, just win. Okay, it's over. Okay, Rhodium can win this because of the trunk stacks. 1. Okay, thanks to the 1 burn from whoever did that. Oh, that was Sinclair, right? Well, I'll just use salt. Make sure he's dead. You should be fast enough, yeah, for the reuse. Yeah, he's down. This is fight is 1 basically. Bro. Yeah, I'm just gonna win rate. Actually. There. Oh yeah, I have to better skill 3, so this is definitely gonna kill them. Easy. I don't know where Faust got all that poise from, but she got it somehow. Maybe it's from Honglo. And mission accomplished. Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself to a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Masas. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how? Ain't it obvious? The whole village is on it. In on it. Ain't it surprised that they send someone to spy on us so that they no way get the ship flowing, even in its broken state. Vessel Masas? Vessel Rebellion de las Masas. That ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be. Irene was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep who were in hiding quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repair ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of this size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name, it must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them? Mate, come on. These full sea terrors. You won't get very far before it sinks. You see something, Amiya? Keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel Masa soon disappeared into the mist and... the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only mares. Oh, big payout. Can I afford? No, I can't afford Ishmael. Three-way agreement. Damn it, can we just take any ship to go after it? The research vessel can't possibly be very fast. This will be difficult. Even as a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left. They're all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do you have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know. The one in Gran Faro too, but... one in Gran Faro, but... That lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scotty has already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's a Seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. It is true yet. Once we saw that Maris was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. Can't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Ayer is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. Think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What'd they say? Dante says we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. Seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Does the Inquisitor have an alternative solution to the conundrum? No, but... Fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Paro Muerto, Dead Lighthouse, that's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline? Is it not connected to the land? I think it used to be, till it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? Weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you? Want to trust the Ayer? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Ayer is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Visitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? Talking about the Caudus. Nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust? Not that you would have felt any sympathy or empathy either? I thought. I have no history of feelings for or against the Ayer. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She's conveying that in matters with regard to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel, in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What, you're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? Well, there certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest. I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known to Mephistopheles. Bro, why are you glazing yourself so much? Not even here. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in mayors. You're in luck, Executive Manager. It's quite fortunate that our interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. It would have taken them like three, four free distortionants for us to come to this agreement. Sorry for having to saddle you with this, Maris. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. When you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? That the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of Riginium technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore. Then you needn't worry about that. Here we have an engineer and researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city. So we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. They just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus company's skills. I can also work on the simpler tasks. I learned a thing or two helping out Graham, stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well, then we should all head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Mia will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the Doctor is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Mia and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. What do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Mia, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? You're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there's a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've countered a few of them. I countered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally there's hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but... Answer me this, are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante the manager survives. However, do note that battle efficiency appreciates the prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Mia, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you're able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. Luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you, it's just her is leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let us commence mission Vessel Masa's retrieval. Righto. Step 1 of the plan's the raft, right? Get on with it. It's done, let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Next stage is probably the battle, right? Or more story. Probably story then battle. Oh? More of the same. I remember seeing this. But it's, yeah, just minus 0.5 to all affinity resistances. On death, generate Nether Sea brand in the allied unit's territory next turn. Okay, that just guarantees it happens then, and not after time. Well then. After a while, carefully sailing Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. In its dilapidated ruined state, touches that are once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouses guardians of Iberia, means the grandeur of the era, as it was built during the Golden Age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the penal battalion. No one has attempted to retrieve a lighthouse to ever survive the expedition. Please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene. We're literally about to walk into one. Look, don't you ever quit chirping, whatever you a foul beast. Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? Damn, she got tired of it quick. Not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? The exterior is rather heavily damaged, however. Well, from the outside, the exterior is still quite intact. Its Faustic expertise, it should not take very long. These songs suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. There's something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainty. Birds are pretty wild. Someone's going to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. Can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. Are you sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe 1 or 2 more people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea turtles will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. What she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse. And she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Huh, thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Reminds me of the L Corp branch back at U Corp, though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? Boy, move over, I'll pull it from the right side, you grab the left hand. All pulled together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is torn. Perhaps we need to tap to a wilder form of art to get this open. Well, what now? This strange flesh tissue growing on the gates of sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but... Should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off sea terrors from sinking the raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. Which one? Huh? I was pondering a familiar question. A faint black glow came into view and devoured my sight. No intuition or inspiration, super from those sudden flashes of realization. It's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. Not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. Formless in black space in which I'm not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. Through that opening, I see the light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty? Powerful imagery crashes onto me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty, who flaunts her flowing locks. Scotty, the singer humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Dante, are you alright? I'm good, I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. Huh? What? Hey Ishmael, I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nod quietly. It's not like you ever have to practice one of those ego. Whatever it is, seems to me our manager's found a solution. Oh shit, this is the first time they ever, like, used any of the gotcha stuff in the story. As, like, offhandedly mentioning it. Pretty crazy. Fusion is short-lived. She lets out carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded? Oh shit. Cinema? Cracks on the lighthouse are growing? I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, I didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open, what are we waiting for? I mean, what was the part where you... What, the part where you suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that. That is is most fascinating. Then ego could be drawn here. In the of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amia's subconscious mind. It's a strange, unfamiliar light. Saw Amia's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Scotty. Okay. Also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Okay, this sounds kind of cheesy, but I believe it. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego. Verily, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego, which are bloomed from within oneself. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. It matters not whether young Mares and young Amiya learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer wall, several of them in fact, of a building. The head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Isn't it better to let her talk her heart out than hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. Do as you will, then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulky. Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mares anyways. Bro, she got outnumbered. Everyone was too busy to pay attention to her as the wet slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. We do that later, we got some cleaning up to do. There were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scotty. Which means our only roadblocks are sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. When did he say save my bacon? I swear he said that somewhere. Right, let's get to it. P. How many? Okay, maybe don't. Yeah, good. Nobody's attacking it. Yeah, P plus enter is working. As perfectly as it does. Shrimple one shot. Should one shot too, maybe? Yeah. He rolled pretty low. I'm gonna hit with the nervous impairment though. Only 3, that's fine. Doesn't inflict sinking, so I guess I can take it. But oh, I see. I might as well use Faust's skill on that then. And just let Marcel do that. That's fine. She wasn't fast enough for the reuse. Okay, good, and mineral. Only 6 damage. Didn't hit the small one, what the hell? Did it only switch on heads or something? Whatever, he got that. Guess he can take that damage. They're all fast enough. This one's bigger, right? No, it's just unstaggered. I guess it's fine. These are all fine. One that didn't kill? Well, I guess it's basically 1 times damage or something like that. I don't think they're weak at any specific damage type either. Oh, reuse? Oh, that's rare. I've never seen them reuse it before. There's a condition for it. Yeah, it did. Wow. Well, I'll have to make him fight that. Hopefully it's fine. Early. There's that thing gone. Okay, good. I was gonna spread the brand thing. Well, it's next turn, it seems. Come on, bro. No, 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 no. Fuck's sake. Yeah, all these gluttony skills are gonna kill everything this turn. Hopefully. Yep. The part of the snake spawns unit speeds fixed to 1, spawns an inactive state and battles that under the sea brand may appear. When it appears, when the brand appears, this unit becomes active and damageable. All of this unit's HP drops to 1 with damage. Trigger Hand of the Saint. Remove all Nether Sea brand from the field. This effect triggers Hand of the Saint becomes inactive for the turn. It takes damage only from skills main target. I guess you remove it for big turns. I still, yeah, like. Make him use it on that big enemy. Attacking. It's fine. Change this to. I guess if I see anything like every X turns, I use that thing, assuming it appears in a boss fight. Yeah, maul this guy right now. Use, yeah, and destroyed. And go maul someone else. Oh, not that thing. They're the worst target you could pick. Bro. No reuse, okay. It's too slow. guess that removes their buff. That's kind of whatever. And no, I'm not using that. Is she fast enough? 10 plus speed, no. Whatever. Should be enough damage anyways. Okay, this should be enough to kill it, hopefully. "18 nervous impairment, should be fine. Okay, then the combo. It should die. Yeah. I do have it disabled too. Maybe that was a good call. Okay, last turn. This should just kill him. Yeah, Ascendant. Yep, there you go. Only needed the 3 coins. This should kill it. Shrimple is that.
Mission accomplished.
Terms of information. Okay, whatever. I already knew that. Faust, not surprising. 940? 984. Okay. 10. Rough Tides. 15 turn. Right then. I mean, I did pretty well with this team. Shouldn't be too bad. We just P plus ender again? I assume so. Yeah. Oh, attack weight. Oh, that's blood flame. Well, that's why. Just go ahead. Oh, I didn't kill it? Because he rolled tails. Fortunate. No? Bro, this is skill 2. He shows skill 2 and you lost that. Okay, that's new. That. I get countered. Yeah, what's with that? No? What am I? There, another sea spewer. Designate closest enemy as the main target. Designates the furthest target of the enemy. Converts all coins to unbreakable. Doubled everything. Okay. Well. This is fine. Inflicting. I didn't. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, it's just nervous impairment. Okay. She didn't get any. Did she not kill it? Discharge. I'm just gonna guarantee it's dead. Something else. All of them are favored. Oh, well, just pray, I guess. Okay, no. House there. Is that attacking? Well, she has assist defense. She should activate. So it'll be fine. Yeah, this should kill this thing with all the combo attacks. Or maybe not. We'll stagger though. Please don't lose. Thank you. Die. Pressing amount of tails roll. Yeah, there we go. Another one. Just nuke it, I guess. This should work. Yeah, this is fine. Maybe this one-shots is fast enough. Yeah, there we go. Oh, no reuse? That's unfortunate. Did I turn the voices off? Like, I muted them. Entire time? My god. Hey, no wonder it was so quiet. Jesus Christ. Was it the cuts? Were the cutscenes fully voiced too? Oh my god, bro. F7. What's going on here? Oh, two are attacking one. Attacking again. Let's see.
흑수묘 뒷박질 춤.
Is there a Mia announcer that I've not been hearing? Might be. It's like Walpurgis not. I didn't see on the team select menu. Oh no, bro. Okay, there goes all your sanity. Another one of these.
혹시 칭찬을 바랐다면 엔젤라님이나 말쿠트를 부르는 편이 나았을 거예요. 제가 아니라요.
We're all getting power. Well, I'm just gonna... this. I'll just use Ebony Stem. Useful anyways, it's Rupture Ego. Better not fucking lose that. That one. Oh, I hit the thing too, whatever. I guess it's fine.
직원이 좋은 성과를 냈네요. 맥주 자판기라도 하나 설치해 주는 게 아닌가요?
She's at 22, nervous impairment. 26. Okay, she's like a turn away from... Okay. Love unbreakable coins here.
여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네.
Okay.
바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또
I can't use her. No, it did not. Oh, it has to be main target. Great. Okay, so who has low impairment? It's Ryoshi or Faust. That's not good time, really. I need some backing us with that. There. Guess I'll see the new ego. Command Meltdown.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로
Yeah, that's pretty good damage. Hitting two, right?
가치 없군. 죽음.
시간 끌지 말고
Okay, no, not a one shot. This should kill that thing though.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
사실은 그렇게 대단한 일도 아니에요.
Okay, he took enough to be staggered. Fortunate.
혹시 칭찬을 바랐다면
On turn 8. Okay, I'm well within the EX requirements.
편이 나았을 거예요. 제가 아니라요.
Okay, and Rodion has to go because of the box. This wave is the last one.
숨통 끊기.
How are you? Okay.
약점을
And
잘
finished off.
찾으셨습니다.
Rest of the.
이제 해결사의
그래서 비켜.
Yup,
해주셨네요.
and that's done. Crazy ass.
모험은 꽤 멋있는 마무리가 될 것 같네요.
Okay.
아무것도
Probably
아닙니다.
still not in the hard part yet, though.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
And now I can get the Ishmaeli go.
내일은 한눈 팔지 마세요.
The Fabled Knight. Your stage. Oh boy. Now. Let's see. Places Ardor Blossom Star. Okay.
필두 출진.
And let's see what this is about. There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, like the exterior wall, mostly undamaged, I'll share the good news that the repairs most likely won't take long. Yi-song was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It's almost complete. Best prepare to leave. Then I'll radio the doctor. Yeah. A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom. Debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor giving way. The floor is giving way. But what's going on in there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see Ott shattering through the ocean. The sheer explosive force turning water into. It is charging at us once again. Yi-song noted, I noticed the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city, Western region, Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. We have no choice, you have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here, the rest of us will discover the lighthouse and. The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It will only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. It's entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I'd much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about that Seaborn before. Fables and legends say that he is the last knight. Those stories have any grain of truth? I'm going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogation while I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager? All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that night somehow. Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. It's to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the night. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea. I instinctively know this isn't going to be easy. Oh boy. Is this the difficulty spike and all that? Solo fight, okay. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Faint memories of Mia's fathoms flashed briefly before my eyes. The Seaborn Knight wields his great lance against surface sea terrors. We obstruct progress over the land. That is impermissible. This is the land. Knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable situation here. I'll go for the check. Guaranteed, anyways. Free offense. Oh boy. Hints on. When hit, inflict cold against the attacker. Once per skill. 1 speed for every cold stack. Unit has 3 stacks. Take 20 gloom damage. 20 SP damage. You can gain 1 frozen this turn. Okay. Gain 8 protection. Unit has low morale, have the amount of protection. Unit is staggered or panicked, not gain protection. Takes damage, nullify. Okay. Deal tons of damage against frozen. Go up for enemies with cold. Okay. Misery and calamity. Okay. I guess I just have to balance the cold. Flash loop. 10 HP. Okay. Favorite is the best I'll get, probably. Dominating enrollment. I guess just balance. Bro, come on, okay. Better not lose the first clash. He's pushing them back. That means he's strong. Cold is pretty bad for the Heisho unit, actually. Bro, hey, please do not lose any of these clashes. Already have 6 cold, now he has clash power up, that's awesome, man. Yeah, there's the Amiya announcer, by the way. Guess it's not ideal. Guess I just have to hope. Hopefully the rupture, okay. Okay. Doing fine. Now he's in panic. Oh no. Bro. Thank you. Now they're all cold.
皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Not really much I can do. Nobody's frozen anything. Just that. Yeah, it's awesome, man. Do I really need to? Come on. Either I pray or nothing. Way too much clash power. They all have 2 gold. Okay, I guess evading. Nobody here has evade. So Salt does. You can't do that. He's too slow for any of that. Most I can do is offset. Struggling. Now is attacking with a counter. And I can let Sinclair do it. The Otis just that, I guess.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that counts. Fortunate. And she's probably dead. Maybe.
목을 떨궈주마.
Yeah, there goes all your SP, cause fuck you.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
I don't have anything in common. Like cold loneliness rides his bellow, hideous under the faint light. We waves our rocks in his eyes. He wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question. Nah, this is guaranteed. Ivory razor like showering the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we're not alone, so we don't have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. Okay, good.
것을 모른 채 할 수는 없으니.
Frozen is removed.
皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Ego path. Okay, tell you there, right. some of them are still cold, so. Yes, retreat order. I don't want to do that either. So I just have to deal with it, I guess. Really much else I can do. Even the real fight, I guess, because I haven't gotten him to HP. Dagger. Throws. Oh. Cannot act. Awesome. Best two. Onlu, okay. Well, nothing I can do about that, really. He's low. I guess I could retreat order. True. I'll see. Yeah. Staggered anyways, what am I doing? Already has to go soon. Nobody retreated. It's just Maul. Okay, he's dead. Okay, next part. Shit. Big attack. Very high. On kill of targets frozen. Basically, he's gonna kill someone. Huh? Unclashable. Oh, so I just guess cutscene. Cutscene. Yeah? He gives 2 cold per now. You need but a moment to recover. Top of the waves goes for legs, not for... Come on. You fucker. Gains 3 haste. He's rolled tails every single time. Okay. Struggling. And hope. Guess command meltdown. I can't let him use that ego. Shoot. Favored. Let's see. That's not gonna go well, is it? Just let him dodge. I should read as faster now. Still hasn't used that apparently. Gary. They did it new patterns, so... Oh, he does... Just... Here it is. Gain 1 bind. 1 hit. Inflict 2 cold now. Well... Time to pray. Of course you do it there. Just froze himself. He got attacked. Yeah, you're frozen now. Awesome. Fine if she dies, she's supposed to leave. Yeah, they're dead. Awesome, man. Yeah, it's regret time. We're frozen. He's at 1 HP. Ego? He just gets that. Okay, well, not really much I can do here. Guess I'll let Ryoshu die. She can't even take it anyways. Okay, well she won that. All these IDs with clashable counters are horrible for this. I need more evade like Mersal. About to get staggered. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, it's frozen. And she's dead. Or not? And now she is. Okay, there's Gregor, Ishmael. Yeah, just tank it, bro. Tank your cutscene question mark attack. It's real awesome, man. Take guaranteed damage and there's nothing you can do about it. Just cope, bro. Okay, this doesn't count as attacking, right?
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
Wow, actually reliable roll? And 19 SP, that's crazy. Bro. Okay, well she can tank it just fine. Bro. Okay. Yeah, just kill more of my IDs, man, thanks. Free attack with no indicator. No clashing. Just free, 200 damage. Knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed. Lance races skyward, the knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. He wants to see at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Okay, it's the same thing. Okay, good. Gregor got it. It becomes clashable. Ishmael. Piece of shit.
제가 지켜야 할 대상은
주신가 시보
아니었잖아요.
どうすれば
전투 중이니까 짧게 부탁드리죠.
I can't even clash with it because fuck you, it's funny, man. Real awesome. It's neutral. Struggling. Favored. Regret? Okay, regret is dominating. I have to use it. Not enough debuffs. Guess that counts. Is it red? Yeah. So he should reuse, assuming he actually gets to clash, which I'm doubting he will. You just sit back, I guess. She's cold. She's cold and there's nothing I can do about it, really. Maybe. She can tank it just fine.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
히야! 아르카나 빛! 차!
Very nice. Okay, you better fucking clash. Thank you. Clash that shit. It's still gonna kill someone, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's someone died. They all got cold from it, I think. She can tank it.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
Okay, Heathcliff, he's fine. Faust, you can attack now. Favored, make it. I'll just leave you to do that. Next turn he gets max ailing heart. You can take that. You two just sit back. Well, defense. Okay, all the cold ones not attacking.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 틈을 끊어 바로
He's almost dead, I think. Damage, that's fine. Thank you, Heathcliff, for such high rolls. Yeah, awesome. Now I need to clash it again. That's awesome, man. Hey, Heathcliff, don't disappoint me, please. I beg of you, don't. I need to use guard here. He's cold, but I need him to clash no matter what. Okay, man, I'm gonna die. Bro, come on. You had one job. Hmm? One fucking job, dude.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
Oh, it's over. Okay. No, wait, Gregor?
그야말로 이상적.
Okay, Ishmael and Gregor are all who's left.
ませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Don't think there's anything I can really do here. Gregor hasn't activated his passive for low HP yet. Okay. Gotta pray. Please, don't fuck me over. It's gonna be frozen. Oh shit. It's fine, he can be frozen. Oh, she's dead. Yeah, she's dead. And he's dead.
皆さんにはダンテさんがいらっしゃるので、きっとやり遂げられます。
Okay, well. Okay, if you fail that one check, you basically lost the fight from the start. So awesome, man. Real. Great. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay, well I lost. Nothing I can do. No way you're clutching now, bro. Come on. Yeah, give it up. Oh? Oh? Yeah, no, he's dead. Man, that is stupid. Have a unique death screen too, it seems. Mission failed. Yeah, fuck you too, buddy. Okay, well. Getting evade IDs. Evade. Not with. Okay. Guess I'll use them. Who else? Her? Counter. Counter. Guess level her up. I just need evades. Nothing else. Yeah, sink there. Evade. No. Flashable guard, but that works too. Okay, can she get rid of actually? Maybe I do that. Keep his Y Sinclair. Y Ishmael. And Heathcliff. Fine. Guess we'll keep Faust like that. Now Faust is just too good. Dawn. Guess. Name. Yoshu. Counter. Guess she can use W Ryoshu. Bit fragile though. Actually, red eyes. Just need to make her not counter. Counter. Although, here's fatal. Guess I'll just see how it goes. Trigger. Deus. Priest. Hopefully it works. Whatever kind of fucked up team this.
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면
일인 언제나 준비되어.
의뢰로군.
지위를 받는 건 오랜.
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
자, 해골빵 맡겨두시게! 자,
Guess what? Think sit back.
해골바가지랑 거미 대가리. 자, 해골바가지.
원하신
지정 보고.
소재가 준비됐소? 소재가 준비됐소?
자, 해골바가지랑 거미 대가리. 부드력 패러 간다.
Yes.
지정 보고.
원하신
There.
어머, 부탁드려요.
I'm only on page 10. Yeah. Jeez. Okay, this is a basic.
자, 됐냐?
敵の調子が悪くなって
백수한테
いる
이런
み
거
たいです
시키지 좀 마라.
Please, bro. Actually, I can just let them attack anyways. Who cares?
완벽한 거리고.
Actually, what is he weak to? assuming it has any weaknesses. Protection right now, which is the problem. Okay. Mouse clash. You weak to anything? No? Okay. Doesn't matter. Don't need to build around resistance much. We just can't clash. That's back. Maybe? Yo, that's fine. I'd prefer if you won that. Yeah, man? Hey there. If he fails a coin flip, it's a tie. Real nice of you, man. Okay. Yeah, actually they all have 2 gold. One has to take it. You, I guess. No, Faust. Faust take it. Rest kit. Just dodge. Yeah, this shouldn't set off the retreat yet. I love doing 0 damage. And she's frozen. Bro. Okay, man. Why'd you not dodge? Yo, you dodged. Yeah, it was great. Easy.
자, 됐냐? 저격수한테 이런 거 시키지 좀 마라.
本人が
Yeah, they're all not cold anymore. Awesome. No protection, yeah. Perfect time then. Honor. Just to fragile him too. Yep. Well, actually, there's his protection. It's just there. Yeah, awesome. So I just wasted a turn. Yeah, there goes the bullet wasted. Awesome, man. It's still 132, so that's pretty nice.
홍로 지원한다.
Oh no. That's bad. I don't want you doing that.
の準備を
You need a clash. Nobody else can. Dominating. Also is there. I prefer just one high clasher. The rest dodge. I can't use you. I guess no choice here.
쓸모가 있으려면
결투는 끝나지 않아.
Is he staggered?
시야 확보.
And he's frozen.
쏜다.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Might as well just go for the kill.
완벽한 거리고
Not like they got any other choice. Kinda need him dead.
効果的な攻撃でした。
Yep, here we go.
タンテさん、
Okay, phase 2. And this fuck ass attack. Yeah, you just take it for free. Fuck you. They dodged it. Okay. They actually dodged it. Some of them.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
Hey, please don't fuck up this time. Swear to God. Hey, you actually can't fuck up anyways.
됐냐? 저격수한테 이런 거 시키지 좀 마라.
There we go.
계획을
The Knight's
세워두면
Corpus.
이런 것도 어렵지 않답니다.
Take plus 80% damage, so that's what was missing, huh? Okay. You are not clashing. I prefer he use regret, but I don't have any wrath for that. Maybe, yeah, I can get wrath here. Okay, Heathcliff has ego. That's dominating, I'll use that then. Guess I'll just have to be more lenient with my attacks or something.
거기구나.
Come on, bro.
승부처.
Yeah, unbreakable coin sinking, that's awesome, man. Anyways, AEDD, thank you. That'll also give him more HP, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and paralyzed, that's really good. Bro did not dodge, I don't think.
ご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
It's about to corrode. This letter back, I guess. Can't do that. Mouse. There. Rest. Dodge. Well, she uses assist defense, it's fine. The clashable guard, whatever.
완벽한 거리군.
gonna make Heathcliff attack, isn't he? Just know it. Okay, no. Good. Okay, well. Guess not. And then she staggered. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, there goes Don Quixote.
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Okay. Someone has to take the fall, I think. Probably Otis, okay. Rest just dodge. I almost fucked up. Okay. Okay, man. Awesome for you. Yeah, free damage. Oh, yeah, sick unbreakable points. Okay. Can use it every turn. Okay. Nobody's cold anymore, actually. Sick damage, bro. Okay, good. Get that fragile. Okay, good. Reuse. Awesome. You get staggered, okay. You're not? He's fine. Faust? Fuck you. Should be clashing good on. Okay, Sinclair has to take the fall. Fault. The rest just dodge. He's almost dead, actually. Fuck you. Flash, thank you. She'd even read. What? Guess she's not fast enough. Okay, this will heal everyone too.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
Ice Queen coffee bullshit. They didn't stagger anyone. Hey, Annie's dead.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
Die, bitch. Annoying ass boss. I just need a dodge team entirely. Out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS, I can last. The lighthouse? Not so much. What difference does that make? The sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy, more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, this is just like when the dark light shines again. I reach out toward it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, the individual. What I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. The place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would find over nights, countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts is far from all that glory. A very mundane looking office. There's a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are light squint, focused on reading the newspaper. It may look more like an office worker than a knight, but the radiant part of that scene, banner hanging on the wall, is covered. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, her ardent admirer of knights and pursuer, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. Gregor, let's go. The sinner who can passionately wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. You go to hew into the knight's charge, split the waves. Like to split the waves, huh? I hear you, Manager Bud. Let's do this. Cinema. Again.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않을 테니.
Incandescent golden blaze of light surged forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away. He comes to a stop when the last golden radiance cuts across the sea, and looking in our direction as to admire it. Finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant, creaking noise before firing a bright light towards the ocean horizon. Bears to complete the repairs. The light returns to its house once more. Silence all. Mares is saying something. Like Otis said, Mares was peeking out of the window and shouting something at us. The vessel Amasa is still near the shore, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit distance away from the village coast. I'll radio Dr. Kelsey immediately. Dude, that's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again? Where is it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This will be a problem. This will be a problem. Don Quixote, wait, don't get too close to it, it's too dangerous. Could stop her. Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the steedborn, her eyes twinkling. It takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an energetic tone, "O mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Sick name, bro. Roshinante. Oh. Wait, she can communicate with him? Oh, 'tis quite the coincidence. And my noble steed is also named Roshinante. One who is not a comrade, they are a steed, you say. Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. Served me well in over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. I must inquire thee, noble knight, or dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Ishar, not the waves. The waves are darker, or raucous. Champs, there was an inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Hey, I just remembered. There's water all around and a blood fiend. Good night. I and mine compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important. Yet, with thy obstruction, we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed, Rocinante, stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost her interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. Do they really exist? Seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, donkey? You should be thankful that somehow you yielded a positive outcome. Or are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? My apologies. Don Quixote returned the knight with that bizarre conversation. Mia raised her voice happily as good news. What, Dr. Calcite, is that true? What's going on? Doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Matha. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. It's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came up. The doctor is an excellent strategist. Based on what Dr. Calcite told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before activating the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Scotty and join. Turn to the raft and explain what had transpired. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the same manner she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel mom. Use again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Masas. Let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. Still more. Scary part.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Lots of. I'm already at semi right after I bought the ego. Damn. Your stage requirement again. Great, man. Guess I'll go back to Rupture. Yeah. Yeah, replace all these back. Here. Yes. That's fine. Yeah, she can stay like that, and guess I could use Fire Fist. Not really a big deal. And that's all, I guess.
군주가 나서
의로움을
이제 명을 받듭니다.
죽음께
의뢰로.
잘 들어왔네.
소재가
연료는
지정
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
필두
Fine.
출진.
Damn level move. Doctor, researcher at Rose Island. Nice to meet you. Yo, it's the meeting of the main characters. When I, after everything we went through, finally had a chance to meet the Doctor of Rose Island, realized that I'd been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Eon, Faust, or Hohenheim from the LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. This is Dante, a manager at Limbus company. That ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. To thank you and Amiya, actually. Real pickle without her. Minus 500 aura, Dante. Bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says it would have been in a real pickle without missing me. Sorry, Manager Bud can't talk to you. So don't worry about it. Take over the translation. Yeah, man. The incorrect state that the manager cannot talk human. More an accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a smaller scale to the tuning of multiple hands. Second hands, mid hands, clock. I don't know, something about the way result puts it sounds worse. Don't worry, it's not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the efforts. Gain the exact coordinates of the vessel masses. Managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is expected to be Bishop of the Deep, followers, barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a attack? Something like that. Elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as the reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is sea-born, and ocean will answer to follow their kind. Me, Irene, will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. And I'll accompany, provide support, and identify the situation within the bridge. Meantime, Costi and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by T-terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within. I observed several entry points straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your forces enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points. We don't need forces guarding every single one of them, especially here. Always narrow, long, and straight, so makes sense to me. How about there? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Now let's see, go on a closer look. The commanding officer Otis is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? No idea what they're talking about if I'm being honest. Yeah, I saw you commanding the sinners earlier. You're adept at getting orders and making strategic decisions. Leaders seem quite adept in making on-the-spot strategic commands, identifying exploitable weak patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different views. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations. If there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is, at least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know, I have no idea. Sure, discussion with the Doctor. Otis returned wearing a grim look. Oh, is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency. They were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing is done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? It's too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyways. The Doctor is going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, if Gramps, there's something you would like for us to do? It's nothing. If something you want to tell him, contact us communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this peacefully as quickly as we can. But if the negotiations break down, yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Safe everyone. Here's behind the throne. Sentence. Well, the Rhodes Island team. Gaudily decorated as a Fabius, my hooded followers and seniors greeted us with a kind smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate that kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. I truly believe that we had sought you harm then. How would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Muerto? We never wished you any harm. We did not then, we did not now. Not even after a day. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that? Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the sea with those capable, kind-hearted souls. Hey, we know you're just trying to turn us into sea monsters. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not, regardless of the label given. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life. One day your misunderstandings will end. You'll come to understand us. The fight between us is going to be unavoidable. Pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctor seemed to have finished their preparations as well, and they and Amiya stood opposite Fabius. Come and get ready, everyone. Stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. The strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their command sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were to follow them. Rhodes Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is, trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. Hey, you get a little bit of aura back, Dante, just for that line. Just a tiny bit of aura.
딱히 할 말은 없네요. 할 수 있다. 힘을 냈으면 한다. 뭐 제게 그런 말을 바라시지는 않을 거잖아요.
Okay. People center. L injection, okay.
시비수의 돕기를 저 해수들을 도려내라.
할 말이라도 있으시다면
그걸
들어드릴게요.
무기로 때리시.
Okay, well, she gets countered instead, okay.
묘야.
8. It's already at 8. What the hell? At least that boss wasn't giving that debuff, because that would have been hella annoying.
죄송해요. 잠시 어지러워서 못 봤어요. 뭐 또 대단한 일이라도 하신 거겠죠?
Come on. Don't lose any clashes here, please.
혈염도 바로.
Alright.
잘 들어갔네요.
I didn't notice they weren't seaborn.
여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네. 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또
She's at
몇군요.
11, okay, man. Great start here. Only neutral. Case. Okay. That too. Bro.
흑수묘 뒷박질춤
God. 17. Okay, good. Let's just stagger it. Okay, I guess not. Cause I just need to kill everything quick, or else I get too much nervous impairment.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
God, these are all super effective. Very awesome.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
이제 깨우치시게.
숨통 끊기
Kill? No, just stagger. Okay, maybe kill. Should be a reuse. Flashing pretty high. Yeah, there it goes.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
친히 목을 떨궈 주마.
Okay, yeah, let's kill. Don't low roll, man. This should kill easily. Yep. This one should too. Yeah, I guess not. You just can stagger.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의
Where's the brand?
도 익숙해지셨네요.
Fast enough for you. I'm missing. Oh, Hong Lu. There.
불가 위압. 막아내지 못하리.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
친히 목을 떨궈 주마. 고작 이 정도 탐넌 푸른을 틔울
Yeah, all these gluttony skills. Rupture Team is great, but not for that Night Boss. Holy shit. Unopposed attacks basically punch for that, and Rupture loves them.
그대로만 해주신다면 오늘은 제압이 빠르겠어요.
Kill?
여관에 가면
Well, that's it? Okay. Okay, well.
다리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
Wave 2. Just gonna... No?
어떡.
Just gonna do that.
넌 푸른을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
그렇게 대단한 일도 아니에요.
Oh, he's back.
혹시
That's what.
칭찬을 받았다면 엔젤라님이나 말코트를 부르는 편이 나았을 거예요. 제가 아니라요.
Kinda buffed up already here. Not too big.
헤어내리.
And any damage up.
침묵을 떨궈주마.
Get rid of his shield so he doesn't get any of that. Ghost, please. Yeah, okay, she got it. Okay, territory's back or whatever.
어떤 상황이
Or not. How long is it?
포기한. 아, 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
End of the Saint effect. Okay, what is it? Okay, remove. I guess it'll have to grow back after I destroy this. Do you have enough? Will boost their counter power, I guess.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 다시 결투는 끝나지 않았다.
Bro. Thank you.
페이즈 3. 정보. 시간 초과 배달 가속 최종단의 분리. 더 이상의 시간 체크는 신변의 안전을 보장하지 않습니다.
Bro, come on. Okay, get rid of shield.
사실
Okay,
그렇게
Rodion
대단한 일도
to
아니에요.
just nuke what she can.
혹시 칭찬을 받았다면 엔젤라님이나 말코트를 부르는 편이 나았을 거예요. 제가 아니라요.
I do that actually. Whatever. He should be able to hit that before they do anything to him, I think. Kills? No kills. Okay. Okay, there's a kill. There should finish some of them off. At least stagger them. The one that's left not staggered at least. There we go.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나
Still
끝났다.
3S. And a Faust nuke. I can just spend all my attacks on death. Yeah, Ascendant. Dead, bro. Second reuse? No. Oh, he has marks? I don't see what it is. Well, he's dead anyways. I think. Yeah. 300 damage.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, that wasn't too. Pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using sea bears and his followers as shields. Wait, no, I see it now. Fabius is putting them in harm's way to save himself. Sea terrors and cultists are throwing themselves away, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. For all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and corroded by the sinners and Irene's lamplights, decks. Nor left to run Fabius. I understand he can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even when that there's no hope. Running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. Echoes from the dark sky. Mares? Mares appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. Slowly, she approaches Fabi slowly, expression solemn and mournful, looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win her understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here. After I left, we realized Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it is time. Devour me. With Fabius bleed out, threw us off once again. Before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayor's true allegiance. People? Oh, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. Thanks, Ryoshi. You always know what to say in situations like this. It's a pretty common thing to do back streets. I'd rather not see it in person. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaborns willingly will be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experience with them. Commonly accepted practice among them, a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else, done in any sense of sacrifice. Time is here, devour me, set sail toward your ideal. Sorry, Fabi. Still got some canned food left for me on the ship. I think I'll delay becoming a one for a little while. Why? Found a new destination. Gain a new power from there. And become a seaborn, so now is not yet the time. There's your will, Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the blood can. Maris waves her hand as Maris climb up to the vessel from the ship, begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius exhilarated. Nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkled his face as he ripped his flesh apart. Man, that's fucked. Super fucked. Holy shit. Normalized cannibalism. Turned away from this scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism. The look of Mares. Mostly is she. Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore do young Mares? Wasn't Fabius. Mares was the Bishop of the Deep. To fight her, I have to fight her, aren't I? Fun times ahead, I'm sure.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
As expected of
의뢰의
Faust,
손님에게 일조하였으니
Hongli was close behind though.
내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Like, I fight her, please don't tell me to fight her. Dave, fight us. Don't despair, we still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already. If they were to summon more stairs, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey Ayer, just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to do. She was either going to say those for our sake, or that wasn't deception at all. Maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, not what any of us could have expected. Sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. Sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. But wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mares, and now you're gonna... Oh, wait, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins that was all for our sake, and all kinds of ridiculous excuses turn us into one of those monsters. I do hope they would all one day accept becoming Seaborns. But I'm not about and that you let yourself be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us should we refuse? That's correct. Be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? Well, I was taken aback by the fact that Mares was Bishop of the Deep. It was also true that Mares had never tried to bring us harm, like Fabius who attacked the sinners directly. Well, she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us. It's also true that Mares has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done. The terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius anyways? Just someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe you got greedy. We saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. Got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool, so you're like some cult leader. We don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after though. Go to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you? This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Don't tell me you're going to invade the city alongside those monsters then? And the foghorn suddenly blared. The ship shook as it began to move. Vessel Massa began to move. An automated sailing program? Vessel Massas will now sail towards the dimensional door. I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. You seriously just tell us not to worry? Faust, please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light, the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer. Oh my god. No fucking way. The Carmen? Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they were to enter the city, don't you agree? Hong Yuan, we've all seen what happens when sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles. It is also very likely that we may fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Yeah, real nice thing to bring up in front of Hong Lu, isn't it? It's just saying that so casually. These people are fucked. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city level threat. There's a reasonable possibility that they may also be issued the Puritas Civitas classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? It's not the head. It should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. Elsie shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither originium, arts, nor any of its derived technology. That's precisely what could make your world vulnerable against seaborns. Because they learn fast? Yes, those in the front lines against of the war against seaborns stubbornly stick to using traditional low-tech weapons. Pulling high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Can't we just let whichever unfortunate wing that is fighting these? You take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation will rapidly go out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved. Unless the head designates taboo to prevent it, even then, considering what she has been saying. Yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well, before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, mayors? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns? What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone showered the city with the light. Light? Beam of light from the White Nights and Dark Days incident. How do you... Would it be? Become a Seaborn, become a great cult. It's become a great will, part of a great will called We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn into an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. That's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. Only the light of the city could become more tangible. Might just be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. Why didn't they advocate towards those of the city to join the Seaborns? And one could simply learn more of the light before returning here. At first I thought all I needed was the clue to a better evolution. Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. Mine adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are. How would you, when you were born into that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity, and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute, unconditional selflessness. But yet at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. Will ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or don't understand. So that fear is natural, because Seaborns are not human. You just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayers, do you believe that nature and humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish. That's not entirely a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have simply become unsustainable. Doctor, you've been in countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the affected. What came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. Still, we're all still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity towards a brighter future. What about everyone who sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair. It seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased. They're so sick that even in the far-flung future, and on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Ayer returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointy ears, labeling them Ayers. When eripathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right, there probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. Not when it comes to Seaborns. I swear I just heard a bell. Am I losing it? Am I hearing Carmen? They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress towards a better future, built for mutual understanding. That is Carmen. Oh fuck. She gonna manifest ego? They're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. Bells. Strange shaped form shimmers and materializes before Mayors. I didn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and it looked like a tool. It's possible that she had already met the conditions to effloresce. Possible explanation would be the absence of a particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. Anything like the arts. What's happening in front of Miss Mayors? Our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. The connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Wait, can people otherworlds, I mean Mayors, also manifest ego? Eternal conflict and anguish is a commonality amongst every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they're from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? Potential to effloresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well. You drink for a long time, Mayors, drawing your own picture of an idealized world. You have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path towards that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. Not being honest with yourself. I know it very well. They were afraid of becoming one of them. Fear that your own greed might crumble. Might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear they might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying? This hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is something Limbus coming against experience with? So I'd appreciate an explanation. She's hearing that voice. When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop. Their ironclad will is shattered. People of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would often behave as though they were engaged in a conversation. Of course, it could be said for those who awaken ego. First thought was Kathy. It wasn't her. Her voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep, so calm and so warm. No, there's more to the sunshine than its warmth. Sunshine. You don't share your interests with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. Hold on. Sunshine. Has he had experience with this? What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth, ephemeral as it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival, it's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think of Mayors. Everyone has their own wishes. You can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. That's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but okay, you don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city, then Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operator's 2 positions. Operator's unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange shield doctor. The plot armor. Never someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith. A strange pressure would prevent our approach, so to stop us from interfering. Like that applies here too, all the way over in another world. Love is our collective nation after all. Please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Pilgrimage need be that of suffering. No, you don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering? Where more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? Right. There's no recourse. It has to happen faster. Can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes, follow your desires. Paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Where the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. Okay, she distorted. Thought it was ego at first, but I guess not. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city. Don't know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet. Can't bring you with us to a city as you are now. Even before the sinners had a chance to translate my words, Mare slowly turned in my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales. I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. Innocent brilliance burst forth from before Mare's. Past that light, I saw the ocean. Calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves. Immense golden brilliance. Portal? Where'd it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. Gate that leads into one's heart. Its peripheries where LCB department's specialty begins. While what lies behind this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhodes Island's presence. You guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Colsteet? We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhodes Island accept these cooperation requests. I'll go too. Still in Iberia, I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like it's the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of the Fathoms. Will be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it's very likely the sea terrors were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here. You staying behind then? Mia. Mia will go with you, Doctor. Following mares who had already disappeared into the portal. We take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Oh my god, 5 hours. Please don't be a dungeon. Please just be a stage, I beg of you. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, let's do this.
야음을 틈타.
Oh, okay. News of the war's getting grimmer by the day. Sea terrors are coming, swarming. The day when the ocean-born calamity broke, sunk air's seemingly infinite starward growth. Are you going to the surface, Mayors? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in air. I'm not. If air falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Think you'll head to the surface too? Thinking about it. Well, there weren't that many people around me to begin. There weren't that many people around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. Dealt a heavy blow to Ayer, but the first surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously, the surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who's better off than them, even by a little. I know, if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Being that danger is the very thing that'll hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Aurian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, not exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. Like this. The first thing I witnessed on the surface was a bottomless hostility against the Ayer. He denied my and Ayer's offer for help. For the sole reason he denied my compassion, my research. Get lost. You don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as that calamity, aren't you? Do you think we're so stupid that we trust you? He confiscated my catalyst and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was inspired by the hatred born of the same calamity. The kindness and compassion I gave them was paid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters? Always their nature. It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from an Ayer was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, I finally came across the vessel by the beach. Uncanny names inscribed on its side. Rebellion Las Masas. None that was enough to stop me continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nether Sea brand. My work bore barely any fruit. I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Ayer one by one. My sea terror samples and research notes came into view. They all look completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. For the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. Tales were not entirely fabrications. Mares is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reason. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival, even without even a hint of selfishness. Not some evil monsters from the sea. Mares, I can see that seaborns may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are, whether they're kindly life forms or whether they're simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter. Liberia and her Inquisition did not define seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy, threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that's a good thing for us to toss our problem to another world? That'll be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, people of the city, give you permission as an Inquisitor, I cannot let you do that. Yeah, and don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want. Mares, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle in silent agreement with Ishmael stand, Mares mutters with genuine disappointment. I don't want to have to do this. Waves. And no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. Only way it could have ended. Words are composed entirely of your own color and no one else's. Manager Dante, right? You speak. We will hold the line to defend this place against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. In the meantime, you take down mares and deal with the remaining sea terrors? Absolutely. Mayor responded affirmatively. All operators will be drawing the sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down, we just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I'd like to ask for your help as well. As for Mia, please assist Limbus Company, just in case. Okay then, let the mission begin. How big is this? Okay. Right there. Can I just E plus enter, please? Hopefully. I'm just gonna P plus enter.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Should be short fights.
승부처다. 좋은 결기였다.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
승부처다.
ドクターのよう優れた式ですね。
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이다.
囚人の皆
Yeah, I can just P plus enter, it's fine.
変化が
이제 깨우치시게.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。 効果的な攻撃でした。
목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 뭐라면 없으니 더는 못 따라나.
Yep, it's working just fine.
흑순
시비 수행이며
찜박질 춤. 끝내줘.
좋은 결기였자. 누구 하나 살려보내줘라.
길에서 비켜.
이제 깨우치시게.
토끼를 보내라. 넌 푸름을 저 해충들을 도려내라.
이제 깨우치시게.
묘여. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
적대 세력 감지. 플루드리차 강력 배달 모드 기동.
이제 깨우치시게.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, short and simple fights, I can do this. I guess wrong option. Great. Great, man.
늦겠다. 뛰자.
Story? No. Probably not.
敵が来ます。皆さん、
시비
戦闘の
수행이
準備を。
나온다. 이 앞에 숨지는구나. 누구 하나 살려보내줘라. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도
敵に対して
없겠구나.
大きな打撃を与えました。 効果的な攻撃でした。
훌륭하군요.
다시 결투는 끝내자.
ドクターのように
좋은
優れた
결투였다.
式です。
Oh,
ダンテさんの作戦
reused again.
効果的でした。
That's the second time I've seen it today. Guess these enemies are perfect for seeing the reuse on that kill. Oh my god, no way you're losing that clash. Thank you. God damn.
このまま行けば
E plus enter. Go, go, go.
찜박질 춤. 끝내지.
Okay. 10 speed skill once enough to one-shot them. apparently.
장 끌지 말고.
I was gonna get combo attacked. It's over for you, bro.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
튼튼하군요.
묘여.
And another. Okay. Oh, there it goes. On Nether Sea brand. Alright, the dude died, that's why it happened. No, no, okay, man. Please, bro, don't lose these clashes. Thank you. Okay, you should finish some of them off. Yeah, that's respectable.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Can I get some rupture gifts, please? Actually, I don't think I can get any. There's no shop. Is that all? No, okay, man.
귀하의 목숨을 보장하십시오.
Else can do that.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Yeah, that's enough. Okay. I don't think she's fast enough for it. Maybe?
숨통 끊기.
Yeah, no, she's not fast enough.
길에서 비켜.
Okay, we're good.
헤어내리.
가치 없군. 죽어라.
If oh,
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 さん、戦闘の準備を。
More the same.
ヘアネリ
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도
敵に
없겠다.
対して大きな打撃を与えました。
좋은 결투였다.
3分 이제 깨우치시게.
効果的な攻撃でした。
숨통 끊기.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
5.5 hours. Holy shit, man. I'm only like almost done. Oh, it's probably gonna take me like 30 minutes too.
敵は深手を負って
My voice is giving out. Oh my god.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
아직 죽진 마라.
승부처다.
혈압도 바로.
適した攻撃でなくても最善の選択だったはずです。
17 nervous impairment.
敵は深手を負っています。
Boy. Tons of these guys here. Yeah, I'll just have the reuse on that one.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 유용하군요.
가치 없군. 죽어.
도끼를 본다. 뭐
Bro.
무용하군요. 이제
Okay, yeah.
깨우치시게.
Revenge. I got my revenge in the end.
다음은 어디로?
Anyone at 30?
深手を負っています。
Oh, he's just staggered.
조심하시죠. 전장에서 촌딱처럼 두리번거리고 있다간 피가 끓어오른 두 개에게 쪼아먹힐 테니까.
And is here, okay. I gotta hurry up, actually. I'm just gonna do this. That should work.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get rid of the brain soon.
승리를 위해서라면
Maybe once it spreads to the front.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
I'm gonna start getting staggered soon, though.
다시 결투는 끝나지.
Oh my god, bro. And someone got 30.
敵は深手を負っています。
의미 없는 살색을 제한합니다.
Yeah, okay.
즉시 수행하여 귀하의 목숨을 보장하십시오.
I need to take that out. Alright, I don't have fluid sac.
아딱
Bro. Fucking 5%. The worst damn time.
목을 떨궈 주마.
Oh yeah, that's great, yeah.
기다려라.
敵は深手を負っています。
적대 세력 감지. 2차 강력 배달 모드로 기동.
과연
Always a fun time. These kind of stats effects. Always gonna get stagger and whatever. And he's gonna die probably. Yep.
모험하군.
길에서 비켜.
어디로?
Alright, last one.
길 좀 막지 마.
Die. Thank you.
끝내지.
Please just heal a lot.
나무와 함께
Decent amount.
베어
Amount.
넘어지죠.
That works.
시간 끌지 말고. 味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
Okay, there.
죽어라.
She still took the box damage up. Almost at the end. Just the ego knows or whatever. You'd be greedy, bro.
간단한
See,
명령입니다.
terror jerky. Full heal, yeah. Okay, thank fuck.
내 명을 들은 시비수.
Okay, here we go. Mayor's despair. Repulsiveness of people's ill intent. Okay, the music's starting to bang already. Oh shit. A faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Mia's fathoms, then sink again. Since that people committed just won't just go away. With the tides that Miss Mares is trying to summon to douse it, devour humanity, their civilization, and the city they came from. So I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse. Like the time I retrieved the ego. Place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Strange power courses through me before radiating towards the sinners. Emotional connection.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Holy shit, this looks cool. Okay, oh, okay. Sea terror horrors, oh my god. Basin, Sea Reaper. Every time I see terror, this unit summoned. Okay. Just got to kill the sea terrors then. Okay, kill the sea terrors until second phase. Rather not waste my attacks on an enemy that can't be taking damage anyways. Okay, good. No damage. That would have sucked real bad if it did damage.